Welcome to the last day of the stream. Welcome to M.E.L day 7. And today there is no official topic. It's kind of open season for stuff. I might think of some random things to talk about today. But yeah, we're on the last day. So this is it. This is like any progress for the week. This is the last day to get that progress in. So what are you guys working on? For me, for anyone catching up, I have gone from chapter 1, scene 2, all the way to now I am on chapter 12, scene 2. So it's quite a jump. I got a lot done. My goal for the entire week was to reach chapter 15. Can I do that today? I don't know. I'm kind of doubting it simply because I'm getting to the part of my book where there are more and more scenes that need to be added. A lot more expansion and new stuff being written. So probably not, but we'll see. What are you guys working on today? Jennifer, hello, I'm brushing my teeth while I type. Multitasking, we like to see it. Hello, Allegra. 4-ish K into my 10K day. Won't make 10, but may make 6. You might. If you've already got 4 down, you might be able to get the next 12,000. You might get the next 2,000. Almost gave you a heart attack. Sorry about that. Jennifer, that's so much to do in a week. Well, yeah, man. Yeah. So we both got big goals today, but we'll do our best. We'll see how far we can get today. I'll try to put lots of sprints in today's stream. So I think today, we have had, I think grand total, let me check my numbers. Pretty sure we've had around 8 or 9 people in and out of the stream. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, it was 9. I was right. So quite a lot of people were at multiple days. There were only a few people that were only able to make it to one day, which is fine. And we'll talk a little bit more about that maybe later in the stream. But just some quick numbers. We had Haley the first couple days. I have been emailing with Haley though. She's doing really well at the camp. It's gorgeous out there. So, she's doing well. Head over to Haley Wright's channel if you want to know more, because she will be posting videos and stuff as soon as she gets back. Brandon was taking a break from writing, but he was here for most of the days. Jennifer as well was here for all the days working on adult fantasy. I believe still working on fantasy, right, Jennifer? Correct me if I'm wrong. Draft 3, according to my notes. So where are you in that today, by the way? If you're working on it. I don't know if you're working on it today or not. Harry was doing research. He was only here for one day, but he was here day 1. Allegra has been here most of the days trying to get an extreme amount of writing done for 40K in a week. I believe that's what I have written down, but I could be wrong. So correct me if I'm wrong, anyone, for your goals. Megan was doing a mailing list and was here for most of the days. RA was doing sci-fi editing and was here for day 1, 2, 5, and 3. Book Dragon was here from day 3 onward and finished the first revision and is moving on to second. Sarah Matthews was here yesterday. So I think a lot of people, considering that I'm a small content creator, not a lot of people know me. I think that's actually a huge turnout. So that's really cool. We'll talk about final goals and stuff at near the end. Give me a heads up before you guys leave the stream so I can make sure that I thank you properly for coming and stuff and give you congratulations on everything you've done. Let's see. I believe we can go ahead and get ready for our first stream today. Let's see. Ooh, I've still got all of my stuff in here from yesterday. Let me delete some banners. Oops, hide that. Hide yesterday's sin. Oops, I think I deleted one of my ones that I actually use. Oh well. It's a last stream, it's fine. Okay, get ready, guys. We're going to do our first 25-minute sprint. Let me know if any of your goals or have updated or projects you're working on. And let's see how far we can get today. 25 minutes. See you in a bit. Oh, I need to mute that. All right, that was the very first sprint. I was able to sync up some scenes that weren't attached before, so it's looking a lot better already. Okay, Jennifer is step out for, oh yes, still working on draft 3 of adult fantasy. I'm on chapter 6. Awesome. So you're working on chapter 6 today. Awesome. Hope you guys were able to get a little bit done during that last sprint. I did not think up a question for the chat, so I'm going to have to do that now. But I think one of the questions might be, what are your writing goals for this first half of the year? Because we are nearing the midpoint of the year now. So we are like, it's May now. That's the 5th month. So we have 2 more months, which are the summer months. On the first day of this stream, Haley announced that we are going to be doing, me and her are going to be doing more writing stuff. It should be on Wednesdays next 2 months. So June and July. Those 2 months, Wednesdays, will be on her channel. It should be on her channel. She said we might do some on my channel, but I think most of it will probably be on Haley's. So we will continue to do writing stuff, and I'm going to continue working on these edits that I'm doing. Now, I'm not sure just how much I can get done with, you know, having sprints once a week and having to find time the rest, which does not work out very well for me with my job. But the general goal between now and the midpoint of the year is just to keep working on this revision. Ideally, it would be really great if I could get this to a spot where I was near done with the book, so that when we return to M.E.L Rebooted in August for another 7-day writing event, hopefully I can schedule that. I wouldn't have, it wouldn't be as tight because I would really like to get it to where I only have like 8 chapters left or something like that. And I can focus on like revisioning 1 chapter a day or something. That would be really nice. But we'll have to see just how much I can get done within those 2 months, because I will be working and I think I have quite a lot of overtime that I'm going to have to do on those months. So we'll see. I estimate that I might only get writing done during those streams, which is unfortunate, but those might be the only times I get writing done. So we'll just have to see how it works. But my general goal for the rest of this year is just to try to get 2/3 through editing this novel. And then I can finish up the edit and get it finished, draft 2 complete, by August. And then I would be able to send it off for pro editing. So that's the general idea for me. Let's see about you guys. Jennifer, I almost got a scene done, but I got stuck on the ending. I feel ya. I have a perfect opportunity to transition from one scene to next, but I'll have to do some rearranging. Yeah, I just had to do that with quite a few scenes. Instead of going to like a throne room like they originally were, they actually went to a war room. And also the queen is more in control, so she has a lot more power in this negotiation scene than originally planned. So like some of it is being kept, but a lot of it is completely being altered. Okay, Allegra, my writing goals are to publish the 2 books I'm working on and write at least 1 more. That's a lot for this first half of the year, for 2 months. Those are huge goals for 2 months. Publish the 2 books I'm working on. So you've got 2 books that are like ready for publication pretty much. They're just like going through edits, I'm guessing. And write at least 1 more. You want to write another book within 2 months? I mean, it's not impossible. Nothing's impossible, just rough. That, all power to you though. All power to you. All power to you. Yeah, I think I would ideally like to get to a place where in August I'm set up for success so I can send off my stuff for editing in August. Because originally I was going to send off stuff for pro editing earlier. The original plan for M.E.L, which I knew probably wasn't going to happen, because originally when I started M.E.L, I gave no hard dates for all of the phases for a reason, because I knew this was going to happen. I knew that editing was going to take me longer than initially anticipated. And sure enough, it did. So I'm glad I didn't set hard dates, but in my head, I did have an ideal situation. And the ideal situation originally was, by the time this month happened, May, I would be sending this stuff out to a pro editor to already get edited. It would already be moving. So the fact that I'm just now getting stuff actually done means I'm quite behind. So I'm behind by a couple months. But it's still doable within this year's time frame. So going from what are your writing goals for the first half of the year? Let's change it now to what are your goals by the end of December? So for me, knowing that I want to get to a place where I've completed the draft 2 and I've sent it off for pro editing in August. And the idea is I would get back feedback by the end of August or early September. And I could maybe work on it a little bit. Or just take a break from it in general to do some other projects. I'm still unsure. But chances are it would be coming back around beginning of September, and I would be working on the next round of it, and then maybe set up some way to do beta reads for people who are interested in doing that for me. Set up beta readers around end of September, early October, maybe is the idea, is the time frame. By the end of the year, by December, I would like to get to a place where I start querying. So that means that I would need to make sure I get I finish up and get to a kind of a draft 3 space by the end of December. So I'm still trying to figure out exactly the mechanics of that, though, exactly how long this will take, especially considering how long this revision is taking for me. We'll see if that's possible. I think it might be, but yeah. Allegra, my writing goals are to publish 2 books. Oh, okay, I already read that one. Cool. Revision takes so long for me. Yes, same. I'm a perfectionist, so I'll go over a scene quite a lot before I'm like, okay, I need to just let it go and get a professional opinion. Jennifer, I want to have this novel out with beta readers by December at the very least. Yeah, that's the thing. I would like to get beta read stuff done this year. But I don't know just how realistic that is. I guess it kind of depends on how the first round of pro editing happens. If I get a lot of stuff back I need to correct, then that's going to push betas out. And beta will have to be next year. But if it's stuff that's within my realm of I could fix this in an efficient amount of time, about a month or 2, then I might be able to manage getting beta reader stuff done this year. So I guess we will see. Book Dragon, hello! Welcome. I'm glad you made it. My goals for the rest of the year is to get my first book ready to publish while getting a good start in the rest of the series. It's a bit of a busy schedule. Yeah, that's kind of the problem that I'm facing too. I would like to, ideally, this is ideal situation. I'm not sure if this will happen, guys, so heads up. It would be awesome if I could start a new project while this current project is going through pro edits and beta reading. So the ideal situation is that I send some stuff out for feedback. I get pro feedback back. It's something that I can manage to fix up within about a month, 2 months. And then I send off for beta testing. And while the beta testing is going on around October, I would go through and do an outlining using mice or a combination of other things, depending on how that goes, and start a brand new work in November during NaNoWriMo and start a draft for another book. Trying to get the conveyor belt going, essentially, despite the fact that I am full-time employed and it's insanely hard to do. It's not impossible. So the ideal situation is doing something like that, because doing a completely different project would allow me to distance myself from this current one. So when I do get feedback back from beta, I would be able to look at that more objectively. There is a possibility that I would get feedback for my work and the time frame would work out that I'm just able to get it to draft 3, and that's all I'm able to do this year. And beta ends up being pushed to next year. It does depend on the feedback I get back for that first round of editing. If I have a lot I need to fix, if there are a lot of things I did not see, which is possible, it's totally possible that could happen. Some of these scenes I'm staring at so long, like there's one scene that I feel like there's something missing and I just had to move on because I can't figure it out. It's driving me nuts. And so I'm just distancing myself from that scene. I'm feeling like an editor will probably catch whatever's missing. I'm hoping because it's bugging me. So yeah, at some point I just kind of have to move on from this phase too. So like, but I also, I don't know, like it's taking longer than initially anticipated. And I feel like that's not going to change for draft 3. I feel like draft 3 might take just as long, if not more time. And if that's the case, then beta editing and the second round of editing would be pushed to next year. And that also means I don't feel like, because some people will say you can query having done way less editing. And like you can, but I'm a perfectionist. This is my first novel, and I know it's going to be my worst novel I ever make. Because no matter how good I try to make it, it's my first one. And your first novel is always your hardest novel. It's always the one that's like, it's going to be the one you made when you were younger. Because it's the first one you make. So every book after that, you're an older, more experienced author. So, and I know that. So I know there's only so much I can do with this first novel before I just need to move on. But it's, yeah. Book Dragons. Yeah, editors are amazing. Mine was able to help me finally figure out the issue with my book. Yeah, that's what I'm hoping, because there are 1 or 2 scenes where there's something, I can't figure out what it is. Like, it's not that it reads bad, but it reads like stiff a little bit. But then the other scenes don't have that problem. So I'm like, what is it about this one scene that feels so stiff and awkward? And I can't figure it out. So yeah, I'm really hoping that outside perspective will just click it in and they'll be like, oh yeah, you messed up this character's dialogue right here. And I'll be like, oh, thank you. Because I can't see it. I'm in the midst of it. I'm in the trenches right now. I can't see anything. So I'm really looking forward to having an outside perspective on that one for sure. Yeah, editors are magic. We would not be able to survive without them. That's for sure. Because my self-edit can only go so far. And there are some scenes I stare at them so long, I don't even know what they're saying half the time anymore. Jennifer, in my experience, agents are really picky right now, so it's not a bad idea to revise a lot before. That's the thing. See, I'm a perfectionist. If I put something out with my name on it, I want to really back it. And for me, I would not feel comfortable querying something that I wasn't insanely proud of as it was in that moment. Because I know some people, like, yes, when you get signed up to a publishing company, they're probably going to drag your stuff through their editing phase as well. And I get that. So some people are like, well, why spend a ton of your personal hard-earned money on it now? But for me, because I'm new to the industry, I'm going to be critiqued more harshly, I feel like. So I feel I need to take it that far. And so at the very least, it couldn't hurt. The only thing it hurts is my wallet. But it's pandemic still over here in Japan. Like, we're just now getting boosters. Like, we're not going anywhere. At least I'm not. Like, I have not left my prefecture. I've been nowhere. I've done nothing. And as a result, all of my travel money, it just sits. So I'll use it for editing. Might as well. I mean, I was going to use it for, I'm not much of a traveler, to be honest with y'all. I'm a homebody, so it's fine. Jennifer, but that might not be a good thing to say to perfect. Yeah, that's the thing. Yeah, there's a certain point where I just have to admit, you know what? I've done my due diligence. I've gotten as far as I can physically take it. Now I need to ask someone for help. And I have to trust other people to do their job instead of being a control freak. So I'm trying to remember that. And I've talked to some editors. Like I have an interview on my channel with an editor through Too Nimble. And I do need to get back on that series. I do want to talk to a few freelance editors and maybe do an interview with a freelance editor. I would love to be able to do that. Because I want to get that slightly different perspective. But editors are wonderful and they really do. They're there to help you. They're not your enemy. But my perfectionist side is like, I can't be perceived as making a mistake, even though mistakes are a part of learning. It's very normal and natural. And I would never shame anyone else for making a mistake, but I shame myself all the time for it. I have a double standard against myself hardcore. Oh, JTF. Hello, welcome. I don't think I've seen you around here before. Welcome to the stream. I feel the issue too is a lot of the old agents who cared about what's being put out are retiring, and the newer agents are more pressured to suggest their authors for something guaranteed marketable. Yeah, that's an interesting perspective. I think there is a little bit of that going on. It does seem like we're seeing an increase in the amount of work being published that's easy to market, but not necessarily a story you would remember after reading it one time. And like, the thing is though, this is a perspective thing. And I think it's kind of hard to say for sure that we're seeing that huge marked increase, unless like I were to see a bunch of numbers of different books released and whether or not they fell into certain tropes. That would be a huge data sheet. And I'm sure someone's done it somewhere. But I think it is possible that something like that is going on. Because I don't know about anybody else, but a lot of the books that I see released are more tropey than usual. At first I thought it was maybe the kinds of people I follow and the kinds of booktubers that happen to show up on my page. But then I went to like other social media and saw kind of the same books being pushed over and over. So I'm kind of feeling like the marketing in and of itself is just fixated on very particular titles. And it feels almost as if a lot of these books are produced more with the idea of what is interesting about it to talk to other people versus the story in and of itself having that much merit for a story. Like the idea of the story, which is what they market, is more enticing than the actual story ends up being. And I don't know if it's just my perception though. That's the thing, because I'm getting older and I'm getting into the frame of like, get off my lawn, kids. And I catch myself doing that. So I'm wondering like how much of that is actually realistically happening and how much of it is me just being an old fart. I don't know. I'm in my 30s now, guys. I'm starting to enter the old fart stage. Sadly. No, I feel you. Everything coming out recently feels very samey. Yeah. And some of it, that makes kind of a little bit of business sense too, considering that publishing has been struggling for years at this point. Book sales continue to go down, and literacy in general, because again, I work with kids, guys, over here in Japan, and I worked with kids in the States too. I worked with learning centers that would teach kids how to read before kindergarten. The literacy levels in kids is scary low, and it's getting worse. It's not uncommon for me to, like, when I went to college, it wasn't uncommon for me to meet college age kids who either struggled to read in the first place or straight up, quote unquote, didn't like reading. And it wasn't until I started introducing them to like fun books and they were like, oh, I never had this, because they were being forced to read the stuff in school that's like not their jam. And so they learn to hate reading very early on. And it's really common, and that's impacting publishing because we have less and less people reading. And it's one of the reasons, though, that I do like say what you like. Amazon is evil. I think we all know that Amazon is evil. But I will say I'm glad to see things like Audible, audiobooks in general. I'm glad to see those taking off because there are a lot of people who have problems with literacy. But I don't think that should keep people from reading. I think stories are important. And if you can't physically read it, it's 10 out of 10 legit to listen. I think stories are vital, but it is a sad thing that the industry is struggling so much. Comp titles, basically. Yeah. Yep. Jennifer, I agree. I don't choose books based on tropes. And I feel like that's so much of book marketing at the moment. Yes, it is. So a lot of what I see, and again, like I do realize that it is skewed because algorithms choose and feed back to you similar things. So to be fair, full transparency, I'm aware that the things that show in my feed are going to be samey to an extent because that's how algorithms work on social media. So I am looking at a small slice of the pie. Like I'm not seeing a ton on the nonfiction side of things. I can't tell you what that side of the writing world is right now. I don't know anything that's going on nonfiction world. I don't know what's coming out. I don't know what they're doing. But for me, it seems like it's more about marketing certain tropes and that's been a thing for a while now. I would say the last 10 years, the last decade have really been fixated on that. You know what? I wonder where it started. And I don't think this is something that we'll be able to figure out quite yet. I feel like this is something future generations will be able to figure out. But for us, because we're in the middle of it, I don't think we can. But like if I had to guess, if I had to pinpoint a time when tropes just became the thing to market, I would say Twilight. I think Twilight changed how people perceive young adult literature, YA. I think that completely changed how marketers see it, most importantly, because it was such an out of the blue hit. And I think that showed marketers that there was a really huge well that they could dip into with YA and that they could market it hardcore and it didn't need to be good, just need to be marketable. And I think it kind of, the gateway seems to have opened after Twilight, at least to me. But again, it's hard to say if that's accurate because that's just my personal perception. Rin, stories are so vital. I'd be nothing without them. It's Eileen here. Hello, you're doing great. Hello, Eileen. Nice to see you here. I love the little, I recognize that little running guy. That's so cool. Yeah, yeah. So anyway, all of that being said, speaking of marketing and stuff, I think I might make a question about that for the chat. But for now, we should definitely hit up another sprint. As lovely as it is to discuss things, I think we need to get back to work. Crack that whip. Okay. You guys ready for 25 minutes starting now? Okay, and we are back. We are back. All right, I was able to get some movement going. I am still in Scene 2, Chapter 12. Again, lots being added, a lot of rewrite. I have a bad feeling that's the rest of Act 2 is lots and lots of rewrite. So it's slow moving, but I'm getting there. I'm getting through a conversation between an old enemy who's becoming an ally. They're having negotiations. And I thought to myself, this would be a good place to make sure that there's more of a fraction, like not fraction, but factions. So initially the idea was that the Red Queen's group was more unified, but I actually decided I don't want that because it doesn't make a lot of sense. And I also had things set up in such a way that certain minions of hers, specifically the Black Knight, were not present. And so what I'm actually going to do is make it clear that the Black Knight is under direct orders from Jabber. And that means that the Queen no longer trusts the Black Knight because the Black Knight is kind of directly taking orders from another entity that they no longer necessarily follow. So I'm going to fracture up the group. So now there's going to be more individual groups out for their own means. So I feel like that's a little more realistic. So I'm working with that right now. A little bit of a change. Chat question though, do you have any hard no's when it comes to how your book is marketed? Do you even want to have any decision-making power in that, or do you trust others to do that for you? And Brandon said, I might hire someone to market the book for me if I can afford it. That's always the rub, isn't it? But I don't trust marketing of traditional publishing. They'll pull books if they don't sell well enough in the first 2 years. Yes, I have heard those horror stories. I have heard people being dropped from their contracts because their books did not sell well enough within a certain fraction of time, which is really sick considering that books usually go through ebbs and flows. It's pretty common actually for a book to come out 1 year, not hit the right audience, and then become popular 3 or 4 years after it's published. So there are delays in how things become popular. And it's really sad because the way certain publishing companies work is they stop a book before it's able to have that moment because they want profit now. It's very short-sighted, and it seems to be the norm, sadly, now. Brandon, and I just don't expect business to pick up that quickly. Yeah, exactly. Especially considering that even traditional publishing authors still have to do their own marketing. Yes, I've heard that as well. Again, like unless you get a really good publishing house that's doing the right things, but most of them won't. And so it is to your benefit to take matters into your own hands as much as possible. Do lots of promoting, lots of calls, lots of footwork. Jennifer, didn't get much writing done, but I solved my problem by rearranging the chapter. Should be a lot better now. Oh, awesome. Yeah, I'm troubleshooting how I'm splitting up factions within the enemy. So I feel ya. Okay, I think for me with this question, I think I've mentioned it before on a stream, but my book does contain characters who would be considered part of the LGBTQ plus group. And yet I do not want my book to be marketed like an LGBTQ plus book specifically. And the reason for that is just simply because the way those books are marketed currently is they're marketed as if the identity of the character and that aspect of the character is the entire book's plot and reason, which is not the case in my book. My book is a science fiction, and it like very little of the characters. It's not that the character doesn't have any connection to who they are, or like that their identity doesn't matter, because it does, but it's not the main draw of the book, and I wouldn't even consider it a side quest part of the book. It's just it's not the point. Just like me being Ace isn't the entire point of my life. I like to think that I am a writer and an artist before people even clock my sexuality. So I would be pretty irritated space and marketed that way. That would tick me off, something fierce, because that's not what I'm writing it for. I mean, technically it's accurate. There are gay people in space, but it's not the point of the book. And I feel like it would give people a really false impression of what I'm doing. I would also be pretty irritated if it was marketed in a very whimsical way, considering how dark the actual material itself is. So those things would really irritate me. And because of that, I am scared to trust marketing teams. I'm scared what they would do with the book. But as Brandon stated, like, it's the way the industry is set up, you kind of have to trust people to do this stuff for you. So I'm probably going to end up in a space where I would hire a marketing team at some point, assuming I could afford it. And I would just have to get a good one that markets for my book and not against it. But yeah. Okay. I will say though, like, once again, like, I do have a lot of controlling problems though. I'm very controlling over my work. So that is something that I have to kind of get over intellectually, because I need to trust other people to do jobs they're good at. I'm not good at marketing. I mean, y'all already know this because my videos, I don't, SEO, I don't leverage it at all. My videos do not do great on YouTube. A few of them do okay, but they don't do great. And that hasn't really changed a ton, even with all of my series that I'm doing and stuff like that. And that's okay with me, because I'm not making this channel to do amazing. I'm making it to build a community and be able to talk to people and, you know, enjoy my time writing, because I'm going to be writing regardless. I might as well, like, hook up with some of the community and, you know, also learn a ton from you guys. You guys have a lot of information I don't sometimes. So I love talking to you, but like, I'm not intending for this channel to be huge, but when it comes to algorithms, how they function, like, I could be doing better, and I'm not. And that's because I'm not good at that kind of stuff. I'm not good at SEO and whatever it is. I'm not good at that kind of, I'm not good at leveraging those terms, leveraging search engines. I'm not good at it. It's not a natural skill of mine. It's also not a skill I want to know. I don't care. And unfortunately, that means a lot of my work would suffer for it, including books I come out with, because I don't know how to market them myself. So I'm not trained for it. I'm not good at it. And so I need to learn to trust other people who are, to do their job. And it's hard for me because I have heard so many horror stories and I'm scared of what would happen. But I also, like, the truth of the matter is I couldn't do a better job because I don't know how to market. And I need to just admit that. I can't market. I don't know how to do it. I really don't. So, Jennifer, I've been published by a small press before and they did no marketing. So if I'm ever published again, I'll just be happy to get something. Yeah. No hate to small presses. They do what they can. Yeah, I feel like a lot of small presses probably spend a lot of their money on their staff. So they spend a lot more money on their editing teams and the teams to actually physically get the books done, or to do the contracting work for ebooks, because there are contracts and licensing fees and stuff. And I feel like a lot of small businesses would probably put their money into that, the back end stuff, and not necessarily the front stuff of, like, marketing and PR. I feel like those things are, like, almost luxuries for some companies to do, so they're not liable to do it for a bit. Is that a shake? Okay. Had to stop for a bit and think, are we having a quake right now? No, we're okay. Sometimes we get small little quakes here in Japan. I'm all right. It's just, we've had a couple quakes recently here in Japan, so I'm just on the watch for it. Book Dragon's Nest. I'm planning on self-publishing, so all of the marketing rests with me, which is nice but scary. It's a beast I'm trying to figure out. Yeah, I mean, if it's something you want to do, and, like, also, some people don't have a choice because, again, like, money is going to be a problem. For me, I think my ideal situation is going with Big House Publishing so I can get that forward check of money and putting most of that forward check in money directly into a marketing team, essentially. So I wouldn't really profit off of my first book release, essentially, because it's going to go right back into the system. That's kind of my idea of how I'm going to try to handle the situation. But if you self-publish, all of it is squarely on your shoulders. The good point of that is you have absolute control and decision-making ability in how things are done. The bad news is it's a lot of legwork. It's a lot of labor on your part. And you have to learn a lot of skill sets that you don't have currently, and you're going to have to get good at them. You have to become a salesperson as well as a writer, and that can be very hard to do. It's not impossible by any means. There are people out there that are great at it, but it's going to take a lot of work. And I mad props to people who go down that road and like commit to it and really take on that beast. It is a really rough decision, but if you do it right, like there's a lot to be gained from it because you have so much more control over your work. I agree with that sentiment. Publishers itemize so many identities just for profit. It bugs me a lot as a minority because even with representation, it's only the exoticness that's used. Yeah, it sucks. I've had people before ask me, they're like, well, why is this character of yours black? And I'm like, why do I have to have a reason? Like, my white characters don't have to have a backstory on why they're white. Kind of weird that I have to justify black people being in space. Like, no, they can exist. Thank you so much. Like, I feel like people are looking for like, well, what makes them unique? And it's like, well, they like these things and they're good at these skills. And no, that doesn't have anything to do with their race necessarily. Doesn't mean their race isn't important. It just means that it's not everything about that character. That character is a faceted work of many things. Things they enjoy doing, people they've known, personal experiences in their past. One of my characters, Zane, he pretty much helped raise my main character, Alex. He is a war vet, and he wasn't on combat like her father was, but like their father was. Let's see. I'm trying to get all my characters straight. That they were in the military. Kai's family, her family, were not military, but did work in military facilities sometimes. Regardless, I have a lot of characters all over the place. And a lot of times I don't feel like they need to justify their existence within the world by these giant backstories, but their backstories do help define who they are today and why they are the way they are. But I don't know, like, I've gotten some weird questions about my characters over the years. And it's always a little sus, but yeah, the itemizing identities is really strange. Like, I wouldn't look at my characters and say, well, this character, like, they're like a gay pilot, you know, that does this. It's just like, no, they're a pilot. When I think of my main character, Alex, my first thing I think of isn't the fact that they're non-binary. My first thing I think about is the fact that they are a pilot. Their father has cancer, and that they're just trying to get as much money as they can to keep procedures going and keep him safe. That they are in a very dangerous situation with an alien species, and they don't have a ton of proper training for it because they were only in military academy for a few years, but didn't actually complete it because they had to take care of their father. So it's like those are things that I define my character with a lot more. Those things come first. So it's always strange to me. Some of these books that come out where they are like, oh, it's, you know, look, it's a story about two gay people falling in love in college. And I'm like, I mean, I guess what else is going on in the book though? Seriously, what else is going on? Like, who are these characters? What are they like doing? What kind of characters are they? Are they shy? Do they have a hard time talking to people? Is that like a thing they have to overcome? Like, what is it when it's all about that one aspect of their identity and nothing else? It's just kind of, I don't know. Like, I feel like for me, like, yes, being ace has been hard at times of my life, but like, that's not ever been my main worry in my life. And granted, that is somewhat privileged. Like, you know, I'm sure being a trans woman in certain parts of the US is legitimately one of the scariest things. But like, that's not the only thing I have going on in my life ever. It's just weird. Again, I'm not saying these stories don't have a place. I think they do. But when everything is marketed fixating on only one aspect of the character, it's kind of interesting. I'm like, why? I kind of feel it's demeaning in a way too, because it's like, yeah, I want to see more gay people in works. Of course I do. But I want to see gay people be represented as people first and foremost, not just, oh, it's a gay in space. It's like, okay, but can we please have like the gay people have real lives? Also, can they please have a happy ending instead of tragedy? Thanks. That'd be great. I have a beef with tragedy for tragedy's sake. I really do. Really do. It's my scarring of being a lit major showing. It's not artsy. It's just a waste of my time as a reader. If you're just gonna kill everyone for the sake of being artsy, I'm out. All right, let's go ahead and do another sprint, and I will change up the question for the chat. Let's go ahead and go to banners. Please remember, by the way, to like and subscribe if you haven't already. It helps the algorithm to see videos. Again, this is stuff I'm not very good at, but you guys can help a little bit. It does actually assist videos in the algorithm when you like and interact. So thank you guys so much. Every time you type in the chat, every time you hit a like button, it really, really, really helps me. Because Lord knows I can't figure out the tag system. So you guys are frontline, sorry. Thank you guys so much, and let's go ahead and get to our 25-minute sprint. See you in a bit. Sorry, I didn't turn on the mic for a while. We're back, sorry. I must have double clicked by accident. Oops. Anyway, I had forgotten to create a banner. I am so sorry. Let's see. What questions should we ask chat? Well, first off, how'd y'all do? I am still in that scene. It's a really long scene. It's a negotiation scene, and it's huge. It's huge. So I like to think I'm nearing the end of it. I like to think that. I feel like I'm going to have to end the chapter and split it, though, soon. I'm debating about that one. Let's see about asking a question about book covers. How particular are you about them? How much control do you want over how your book is presented artistically? Personally, I feel like this is one of those things that, again, this comes down to expertise. I can draw, but I know I will never be able to draw good enough to properly market my work. So I will need to trust another artist and a team who can do that. The problem I have is that, again, this is the first impression your book gives readers. People say don't judge a book by its cover, but they 1000% do. So it's one of those necessary evils. You're going to have to make sure your book cover does justice to what your book is trying to do. Brandon, I'm emptying green herbal tea into a glass jar. Nice. Herbal teas. I got 400 words into a new scene. Wasn't sure how to approach it for a while. Yeah, I feel that. I want as much creative control as possible without ignoring a professional artist's opinion. Yeah. Jennifer, I have no artistic visual sense, so I'd leave it up to the experts. I'd be bummed if I didn't like my cover, though. Yeah, that's the thing. The controlling side of me really doesn't like the idea of handing over that much control to another person, considering that it pretty much fates my book of whether or not it gets picked up. At the same time, like I feel like when I have made things on my own, a lot of people tell me that I do have like a visual sense, like of balance and whatnot. That being said, I don't have the skills to pull off what is necessary for a professional level cover. And this is, once again, it really does come down to whether or not you have the, I don't know, whether you have the skill set. I actually think that very few writers have the special skill set necessary to create a really compelling cover. I feel like we just don't. We don't. And I'm not saying it's impossible, but I feel crossover between writers and visual artists is pretty small. If there's a Venn diagram between graphic artists and writers, the little tiny bit we share is this tiny little sliver. It's very, we're quite different. So, hello, hi. How you doing? Welcome to the stream, by the way. Are you working on anything in particular? Nice to see you here. Hello. Book Dragon's Nest. I'm planning on hiring out for my cover because I know I don't have the expertise to do it justice. But since I'm self-publishing, I'm getting a lot more control than I planned. Well, that's good. In my opinion, hiring a cover artist isn't giving away control. You can still adjust the cover as needed or not use that cover at all if you don't like it. True. I think the real problem becomes if you're traditional publishing and they've taken complete control over that. So I think it does depend on the contract you sign. Correct me if I'm wrong, guys, but I'm pretty sure it comes down to contracting, right? Like some contracts, you will have a final say in whether or not something will go through as the cover for a book. but other contracts will be like you have no control. You signed over everything of your book to the company, and the company makes all of the decisions considering cover, how it's marketed, terms, etc. It's an exciting Saturday, working on a game loop idea at the moment. Cool, awesome. That's awesome. Was doing some research and spotted your stream. Nice. Hello and welcome. Nice to see you here. Yeah, we are doing, like, I am doing revision work, but honestly, these productivity streams can be for literally any project you have going on. So nice to see you here. Hi. All right. Yeah, I think for me, I would prefer if my cover had a really, really nice hand drawn art piece from an artist. And I'm willing to pay quite a bit for that and have a really, really, really nice book cover. But we'll see. I know that can be really, really expensive because I also, like, ideally, because I do want to be traditionally published, I want to have a way, and I'm not sure how to do this, but I want to see if there's some kind of way that I can make sure that proceeds from every sale still goes to the artist, because a lot of artists get paid one time for their work and they don't see royalties. And I don't think that's right, because that book cover is still selling stuff. It's a critical part of the book being sold. So I feel like they should get some proceeds from that. I know it depends on company and contracts, but yeah, I would definitely be pretty firm about my artists getting paid adequately. Book Dragon, yeah, for most authors, unless they sell well, they don't have a say, but the better you do, the more say you will get. Yeah. Yep. And that's why it's a tricky question. And that's why self-pub is one of the more attractive things for a lot of newer writers who do have a really controlling personality, because you have a lot more say in exactly how things look and exactly how it's put out. The bad side of that is you have all of the say. So you have to make all the decisions. You have to enact all of the decisions. You have to move all the pieces yourself. No one can help you. So it can be really overwhelming and very expensive up front as well, because pretty much you're the publishing house. And that's a huge expense for an individual versus an organization to handle. Okay, so we are going to go ahead and get ready for another sprint of 25. And I will type up another question for chat for the next time. I will try to remember to do that and actually remember to do that this time. This brain sometimes isn't the best. Let's see. Yeah, it's like $2K to get a UPC ISBN, isn't it? I don't know that inner working part yet. Because I am so early on in the process, I haven't even queried yet. I can't tell you for sure exactly how much that runs you, but I wouldn't doubt that there is a lot of hidden costs people don't realize to publishing books. Doing self-publishing can be insanely expensive. That's why there are self-publishing companies that they front those back-end costs, like what you're talking about, but they won't handle any of the other stuff. They won't handle the marketing. They won't handle book covers. They won't handle like exactly how pages are spaced. They won't handle that kind of stuff. I know it isn't cheap. I remember watching another self-pub author, and I think it was something like that. I would have no doubt. I wouldn't be surprised if that was an issue, honestly. I feel like there's a laundry list of hidden fees most people have no idea about until it's too late and they're in the middle of a project and trying to sell stuff. Also, you have to be really careful when it comes to taxes and stuff like that when that comes around. So it's definitely, like, I think the idea that self-publishing is easier is a fat lie. I think self-publishing is just a different method. And it usually gives you slightly different results, but like I think both are equally difficult, just difficult in different ways. So with traditionally published, which is what I'm going to be going for, it's going to take me a really long time to get signed. And a lot of my hassle is going to be at the beginning portion, trying to get an agent, trying to get signed, that kind of stuff. That's going to be my nightmare. Whereas for a self-published person, they get to like kind of skip over all of that, but they have to take care of all of the business level stuff, and they don't have any team or anyone they can ask for help really. They can hire some of those jobs out, but they have to front the cost. And so lots of plus and minuses, but they have way more control in self-pub. So yeah, plus and minuses. It's a difficult thing. Self-pub is only easy if you're creating a poor duality product. Yeah. There are people out there that they don't put any of the work in, and it's usually pretty easy to tell. There are 1 or 2 books, by the way, in my series, One Author to Another, that I haven't done a video on, and I don't think I will because they're that poor. We're talking huge misspellings, just blatant, like entire lines that were never touched by an editor, not ever touched. We're talking like commas where they have no place being, or no commas at all. We're talking words like didn't being misspelled, like insanely bad product. Poor quality typos. Yeah, exactly. But that's the thing, like the typo you made, we're talking that stuff getting printed every other line. Like there have been a couple books that are so bad, I don't want to do reviews on them because they're so poor quality. It's very clear to me that not a single editor ever touched it. And it was just published, and they're charging money for it. And I'm not at that point. I don't think there's a reason for me to do a review because it's so obvious what's wrong with it. Like I don't need to break it down for y'all. Like it's clear what's wrong with this book. Stream of consciousness writing, maybe, but it's clear it was never checked. It was never checked. I mean, not even Grammarly it wasn't even put through Grammarly, and that's to me like the prime example of laziness, because Grammarly is free. You can run things through Grammarly for free. Like it's shocking to me just how many people won't even bother with that. So yeah, so the kinds of people that do that, I suppose self-publishing is easier for them because they're putting no effort in whatsoever. But yeah, I can tell why some people self-pub, because they would never make it through query. They really wouldn't. And it's not because their book is edgy. It's because their book is poorly written and they have not put any actual effort behind their work in progress. It's sad, but it does happen. Okay. Most of the word processing apps available today have basic. Yeah, exactly. I mean, it didn't used to be that way. Like, it's understandable when I see an older book have that problem, like a really old indie book, because before a lot of these word processors got sophisticated, that was an actual problem. I remember, I don't know if y'all remember, but I remember Clippy. And I remember pre-Clippy days too. I remember using WordPad, and that's all we had back in the day. So like, I remember before word processors got smart. I remember before we had these apps to catch this stuff. So like older indie stuff, I'm a little more gentle with, but stuff for today, nah. I have not a gentle bone in my body considering basic stuff like grammar at this point. Like it's one thing if it's an odd grammar structure, but if it's like common stuff, oh God, Clippy. Yeah. I see you're writing a ransom note. Would you like some help with that? Clippy helped me write fan fiction back in the day, and I'm not giving you any more information on that. Okay, so let's go ahead and get to another 25-minute sprint under our belts now. Ready, go. All right, I got the mic on. All right. Okay, welcome back. So, question for chat is, speaking of word processors, what tools do you use for writing and editing? And as far as progress goes, I was able to get more stuff done for that scene. I feel like I'm going to have to chop into another chapter because I just checked the word count. Scene 2 alone has like 4,000 words. So I think I need to chop some stuff up because it's already gotten too long. So I'm going to have to do some chopperston moves on that scene, unfortunately, and move into chapter 13, which means I'm progressing, but it also means that I'm now adding a chapter, which might work out fine. Because the scenes at this point, I'm going by what feels right for scenes and tension. So it still might turn out that I have 29 chapters at the end of the day, or it could be that I'm going to end up having 30 chapters now. I don't know. I don't know. Okay, as for chat question, word processors, what tools do you use? I did a video on my tools that I use for writing a while back. I feel like my tools haven't changed a bunch, but in case you haven't watched that video, I use YWriter for the initial drafting, which is a really stripped down program. It was made by a sci-fi writer who's also a computer programmer, and it is bland, is one of the blandest programs in existence, and it's old, but it works and it does what I need it to do, which is break up a project into chapters and individual scenes. So it helps keep everything organized and it helps me stay on track without being distracted. Scrivener is what I use for draft 2 onward. Scrivener is a lot more powerful. It has a lot more options. It is a paid system though, whereas YWriter is free. Scrivener is very useful, but I find that it's very easy to be distracted on Scrivener if you're using a lot of the other options on it. So that's one of the reasons why, as of right now, I still zero draft, usually in YWriter. I know you can strip the program down so it doesn't look as overwhelming. Scrivener, I know you can do that. But there's still options to do other things, and sometimes that's a distraction, especially for procrastinators. So I like using YWriter because I can still jump between chapters. I can still jump between scenes just as easily, but it's ugly as sin. It's one of the ugliest processors ever. And because of that, I just go in, I do my writing, and I leave. So I'm not tempted to stick around and mess with a lot of other options or windows. I just do what I got to do and I'm out. But it is hideous, to be fair. Scrivener also can be finicky at times. I am really cautious with Scrivener because, at least for Windows, it can be quite buggy and it has had save problems. I haven't experienced that problem personally. I have had problems where the system tried to update and had an issue. It hasn't ever completely stopped the program from working, but I did have to grab my old access code and replug it in and everything, which was a huge pain. So just FYI, like that's something that, again, it's a paid system, so it's going to do that, but it sucks. I shouldn't have to do that. I do also have a basic word processor. I use LibreOffice for a lot of, just basic writing stuff, but I haven't used them in a while. Usually if I do use them, I'll use them for short stories, but I haven't in a long time. Usually I use it for editing purposes for other people's stuff now because I can track editing. So in other words, if I make an edit to something, I can add comments to the edit and other such things. So if I'm doing beta reading for somebody, sometimes I will use LibreOffice for that because I can track changes made. So instead of just like crossing out a word entirely and replacing it, it shows a red line crossing out the word and then whatever I changed. So that's nice. Okay, Jennifer, I use Scrivener. Yep, I like how easy it is to jump between scenes. Yes, having everything in one place is really important, which is why I use the two systems I use, because both of them offer you that. It's just one's more powerful and has more options than the other, and is visually more alluring. I tried Nimble Writer for distraction free, and it comes with a dark mode. Oh, that's cool. I think I've heard of that one, but I'm not positive. Which can be found on Steam for $10. Hey, that's cool. That's cool. Yeah, that's a nice cheap option. I think if you don't mind a subscription fee or a one-time payment, that's not too bad, but you want the ability to do lots of like building. There are some other systems such as Campfire Blaze. I did a video on my YouTube channel about that one. I personally don't like Campfire Blaze. I find it too distracting. But again, like that is an option if you want to have everything in one place for a project. I also don't think that the writer option is very useful on there. It's very mediocre, but that's just me. I also like drawing my own world maps. I used to use AutoRealm, but it was very old and clunky. Yeah. Otherworld Mapper is what I use now, and it's very similar. Nice. Yeah, I haven't messed with doing maps really because I usually write science fiction, so I feel like I don't need to make maps. But if I did have one or two fantasy works that like maybe it would be useful, but those are tabled, so I'm not thinking about it too much right now. But a lot of my friends write fantasy, so it's definitely something that a lot of my friends would use. And then I've got other friends who are into like D&D and stuff, so they make their own campaigns, so they use those kinds of programs. I've heard quite a lot of the programs can be very glitchy though. A lot of the map building programs out there. There was one that was becoming really popular that I was seeing popping up a lot for a while ago in AuthorTube. I don't remember what the name of the program was though. Have you heard or looked at World Anvil? No, I haven't heard of that one, I don't think. I feel like Otherworld Mapper I have heard of. I feel like I've heard of that one, but I don't think I've heard of the other ones before. Let me think. Oh, the tools I use a notebook to keep track of some progress and notes. I have, like it's this really, let me grab it. I use it for like, the, not plotting, brainstorming. I use it for brainstorming and stuff. Unless I need a really big piece of paper, in which case I just grab a huge craft piece of paper. But I just use one of these. It's one of these travel notebook pamphlets. It was cheap. I think I got this online in a pack. And I write down things like future scenes, stuff like that. I've got some logs in here. That kind of thing. Let's see. Yeah. So I write tons of notes down in here. Important things I'm supposed to do for my characters, that kind of stuff. So I do use notebooks. Usually I try to keep to cheaper notebooks for this kind of thing because they're going to get beat up. And I go through them relatively quickly. I also have like a giant notebook for all of my like editing notes. These are actually my reread notes, but they become editing notes as well. And I've been clicking through them as I go along. At this point, I'm changing so much in some of these scenes though that I'm not really using this stuff right now. I'm mostly like just trying to rewrite right off the cuff. So yeah, Otherworld Maps was a successful Kickstarter project a few years ago. Incarnate is the mapping program that a lot of people use these days. Okay, I might have heard of that one maybe. But yeah, I just haven't had the need to make any maps yet. But if I were, like, it's pretty cool that there are so many options now. There didn't used to be, so that's a really cool improvement. But in truest word processor psychopath fashion, I use Notepad so I can have bajillion tabs open like I do with my browser window. Nice. Yeah. That is one thing I will say about YWriter that's actually a little better than Scrivener. YWriter actually pops your scenes out. I think, again, I'm pretty sure I screen recorded so you can see how YWriter works in my tools video that I did last year. But when you click on a scene inside a chapter, it'll actually pop that out in an editing window. But then you can go back to your main screen, which lists everything in order. So what's cool about that is you can pretty much use all of the different, like, because every time you create a chapter and every time you create a scene, it has a space where you can put in information about that scene or chapter. So what you can pretty much do is build an outline as you go, and you can keep checking your outline while editing certain scenes. You can also click and drag and move things around just as you can in Scrivener. I actually feel it's easier to do in YWriter. It's a little more intuitive. But again, I mean, it visually looks hideous, but it does work because it allows you to pop windows out. And so they're mini windows, essentially. And you can pop out as many as you want. Like because I have to manually transfer everything over to Scrivener, which allows me to edit it again. I usually have a couple of the windows open, and I'm flipping between them and making sure the scenes link up. So sometimes I'll have the main window open, but then I'll have a bunch of these other windows, all different editing windows from different scenes from different chapters. So that's kind of cool. If you like to swap between windows a lot and you like to have like one window up at the same time as having another thing so you can keep checking information, it's kind of nice to have if you multitask that way. So again, check out my video if you want to see more on YWriter, as well as links to the YWriter website, which is ancient. Again, all this stuff is very old. I think he made the program back in early 2000s, and it has not changed. It's the same program. It's never getting an update. It's old, but it works. Don't kill it if it's not dead. What? That doesn't make any sense. Don't fix it if it ain't broke. That's the same. I might be hungry. The bubble gum ain't cutting it. Okay, let's get ready for another 25 minutes. How is everyone doing? I'm hoping these sprints, people are able to get some stuff done. I feel like I'm not getting anywhere, but I know I am. I think I'm going to break stuff now. I think that's what I need to do next. I think I need to break into chapter 13 and get that going. All right, we're going to go ahead and add this to the stream. 25 minutes. Let's go. I'll see you guys in 25. All right, and we're back from the 25-minute sprint. I hope you guys were able to get some traction on that. I was able to finish up the rest of that scene and then go back to where there's a good tension point and break it because it was getting too huge. So the negotiation is in two parts, the end of chapter 12 and the very beginning of chapter 13. And I've already started working on the next scene in chapter 13. So scene 1, chapter 13 is the end of the negotiation, which I had already corrected. And then scene 2 is them leaving and having to clean up because this whole time Alex has still had literal horse shit covering their uniform. So they kind of need to clean up. So this is a lull part. There'll be a bit of discussion and revelations between two of the main lead characters, Alex and Kai. So I'm going to be writing that. It's quite a lot of rewrite because the original variation of that scene was not dry, but kind of a little slow and boring. So I need to up some of the interaction, up some of the back and forth banter, that kind of stuff. So I'll be working on that. Lots of more rewrites. So it's, again, going pretty slow so far. How did you guys do on the 25-minute sprint? What you up to? Question for chat in general. Do you have any parts of your work in progress that are worrying you? Why? Any parts you are looking forward to writing, editing? So for me, the parts that are worrying me the most that I still need to get done in revision are definitely the hospital breakout scene, which is at the tail end of Act 2 going into Act 3. That whole scene is chaos because pretty much the authorities on the colony get word from the local government that, hey, this pilot of yours interfered with a government project. You need to bring them into custody. The colony doesn't have enough staff for that, so they're not sure how to handle it, so they just send random people to do it. Alex needs to get out and needs to break out a still unconscious Kai, who is still trapped mentally in the Wonderland realm, and also needs to break out their father, who has cancer, who can't stay behind because he'll probably be used as leverage. And they have to trust their stepmother to help them do this huge breakout out of the hospital ward. And so it's absolute chaos. The doctor ends up joining them as well because he does. And so it's a lot of characters, some of which you kind of already know, but it's a lot of people running around like chickens with their heads cut off. So it's chaos. It's a chaotic scene. So I'm really concerned. I know I've got a lot of editing to do on that scene. I know because I have intense amounts of notes in my little book when I did the reread of all of these things I need to fix in that scene. It's going to be insane. So I'm scared of that scene coming up. I'm not looking for. I am looking forward to it in the way that I know I'll fix it and make it better, and I know the second version will be so much better than the first version, and I look forward to it being better. I do not look forward to how many hours I'm going to have to pump into those scenes to get them to sound right. So I'm concerned about that one. Parts I'm looking forward to writing, fixing up, probably the end couple scenes. I feel like they have a bit of punch to them, and I'm looking forward to going back into them and making sure they tighten up so they sound just the way I want. I want the emotional impact to be strong. And I think I do have the beginning foundation of that, but I do look forward to making sure it's exact. So yeah, just making sure I dot all my I's and cross all my T's in terms of the last couple bits and pieces of the characters, including Hare being put to rest finally and his soul being released. I feel like that's going to be really cool. So I'm looking forward to those scenes. What about you guys? Oh, I had missed one. Jennifer before, I think this was before the sprint. Jennifer said, I have the same feeling. Things have to get messier before they get better. Oh yeah. Yeah. That hospital scene. I don't know, man. That's gonna get messy. It's already messy. It's gonna get worse for sure. I agree. For fun, I pulled up a snippet I'd started that was born from a late night viewing of What If Earth Was Ejected from the Solar System or something like that, put on by the History Channel. Oh, nice. Yeah, I get inspired by a lot of science channels and whatnot. A lot of my inspiration, I've said this before on earlier days in this streaming event, but one of my greatest sources of inspiration for my aliens and a lot of how my worlds work in my science fictions actually comes from deep sea research. There's a lot of really cool stuff in our world, in our natural world, and I get a lot of inspiration from that personally. I actually managed to get out several hundred words to tie up the middle part of the first scene. Awesome! That's cool. Nice. So I'm guessing that would probably be a short story. It sounds like it's a short story you're working with. Nice. Jennifer, I'm going to head off now. Thanks for the stream. I got 3 chapters revised this week, which is more than I would have done otherwise. Awesome! Well, congratulations. It's 3 chapters. 3 chapters is no joke, considering how much rewriting I've been doing lately. That's a lot of work. So awesome work. That's so awesome. So you get some rest. Thank you so much for joining us this week for the 7 days of crazy. Thank you. Thank you very much, Jennifer. Get some rest now. We'll see you later. We are going to keep going a little bit. I usually have these streams run from anywhere between 4 hours to 5 hours long. I think we're going to try to go for 5 hours because I really want to get as much done as I can. My original goal for the whole week was 15 chapters. Once again, I don't think I'm actually going to reach the 15th chapter. I am still in chapter 13 and I've got tons of rewrites to do, but I would like to get back on track with where the scenes are and sync back to where my scenes are. So I need to finish doing the add-in scenes at the very least. So we're going to do, let's see, we're at the 3.5 hour mark of the live. So I'm guessing we can go, we can do maybe 4 or 5 more sprints before we call it a day. So we're about halfway through probably our time, our sprints. Also, how would you like me to say your name? Would you like a nickname? Chandramon? Is it Chandramon? I think I'm missing a letter. Let me look closer. My eyesight is so poor. I wonder if there's a way for me to increase the font size for me because these comments are a little small. Chandramon. Okay, if you want a nickname that's me not butchering it, let me know. I will do my best. I'm so sorry. I had chatted with another amateur writer friend of mine and was going over our brainstorming at the time as a refresher. It has potential to go for longer. Oh, cool. Awesome. A lot of my short stories could go longer, but I just choose to keep them shorter because when I think about it could be longer, but do I want to spend that much time in that world? Sometimes the answer is no. It's a cool idea. But sometimes my short stories, I like to keep them short because I don't want to stay in that world that long. That the time it would take to do a novel. Like the novel I'm doing right now is huge and it's taking a long time to edit. And so I really have to like the world I'm in, long term, and I am enjoying it. So it works. But some of my short stories, although they're fun things to do for a short story, I don't know if I would want to stick in that world long enough for a full novel and all the work that comes with it. So that's usually how I look at whether or not I want to make something long or keep it short. Shand is what most people call me. Oh, that's cute. I like it. Shand. Nice to meet you, Shand. Call me Corey. Okay, we're going to go ahead and let me know if you guys have things that you are worried about editing, things that give you anxiety about editing and such. And we're going to go into the next 25-minute sprint. Let me get it prepped real quick. And let's go ahead and start 25 minutes. See you in a bit. Okay, so we are done with that sprint. Welcome back. Welcome back, welcome back. How we doing? I am still in scene 2. I'm making some progress. It's complete rewrite at this point. I thought I could sink some of the older lines in. They're not going to fit. So we're rewriting the whole thing. It's turning out a lot better. I'm upping some of the tension between some of the characters, so that's working. The banter hasn't really started yet. Instead, we're in an awkward phase because Alex asked a question that Kai is not comfortable answering because Kai is hiding some shit. And Alex doesn't know it yet. And largely the audience doesn't yet either, unless you're paying real close attention as a reader. So this is the first, maybe more obvious sign that something's not right. So that is what I just did. I'm still working on. So the question for chat, do you ever do writing exercises or games? So by that, writing exercises, sometimes these are also called writing warm-ups. I know they're usually more common. Like I usually see people talk about them when it comes to college work. And it's usually in college where I see it the most. However, I don't see a lot of writers after academia doing very much of it. However, I love doing it every once in a while if I feel like a part is slipping. So if I feel like I'm slipping on my description, which is usually one of the first things I get lazy about, I will do a couple prompts specifically asking me to give details and descriptions of an area, but with a certain emotion attached. So for example, an area might be a picture of like a hedge, and I have to describe that hedge, but I have to describe it 2 different ways. I have to describe it in a way that would be more common in like a romance novel, and then describe it as I would if it was a murder mystery, and see like the differences in what kind of diction I use depending on the tone I want to set for describing that hedge. So like I find those exercises really useful actually, and I do still utilize them even today if I feel like I'm slipping in one of my skill sets. But I don't see a lot of other people talk about them. Writing games can be really fun as well for warm-ups in groups. I usually did the kind of round robin style story writing, where you have a piece of paper, and what you would do, let me grab a piece of paper as an example, is you would write one line here. Actually, the first person has to write 2 lines. So the first person writes 2 lines and then fold it so the first line is hidden. And so all you can see is that one of the 2 lines. And then the next person, they write the next line. And then they fold it so the next person can only see the previous person's line. So you're only seeing one person's line of the story at a time. But you have to keep building on a story that you only know bits and pieces of. They can be really hilariously funny. If you've got a really good group of writers together that are just ridiculous, the stories can get pretty interesting. It's a really fun exercise of creativity. I've never had it really go anywhere, but it's always been fun. So those are nice. Not sure if anyone in here enjoys playing writing games, but if you do, that's one that we used to use a lot in college. I was part of a creative writing group in college, so we did stuff like that occasionally when we would meet up. I think there are a couple other games. We had story cubes. I think that's one of the more popular ones to use, where they're dice with different symbols on them that stand for certain tropes or key things you can do in a story. And you roll the dice and pretty much do what it tells you to do. And that's like your prompt, essentially. I am not a huge fan of story cubes personally, but I have done like generators and things like that. If I just want to have an idea for a short story, I usually end up going way off script though. I almost never follow them, but sometimes they'll get my creativity going, which is the point. I've made some progress, but I'm actually going to have to go to bed here shortly. Before I go, I have a parting Star Wars joke that I made up by myself. Oh no, Star Wars jokes. See, usually the thing about it is here, if you want to make puns, you have to write 1,000 words first. But since it's your first time here, I'll give it to you. What happens when a Wookiee runs out of trees to climb? Ewoks. Oh, nice. That was a good. Okay, that was a good one. I'll give you that one. I'll give you that one. Free pass. Free pass. You don't have to write 1,000 words today. Next time, though, if you want to make a joke in stream, you have to do 1,000 words. That's the price. That's the price. All right. Thank you so much for coming. Get some rest. And I'm glad you made some progress in your stuff. It was so good to see you on stream. Nice to meet you. I will add you to my lineup of people who showed up so I can give thanks and shout outs at the end of everything. Shin Dromond. And you were working on a short story, I think. Short story. Day 7. Okay, coolies. And I think we had Book Dragon was also here. I don't think Book Dragon is here now. Megan was not here. Allegra was here. Jennifer was here. Brandon was not. Always an even, always an even exchange. Mel, happy writing, written, happy written, as my friend would say. Okay. I don't know what that means, but okay. Happy writing, right? Yeah. I will do my best. I still would like to go for a bit longer, even though no one else is in the stream right now. That's okay. I'm going to go a little bit longer, see what I can do. So thank you guys so much for showing up. Right tan. I feel like I'm missing a joke. Happy right tan. Right tan. I'm not getting the joke. I'm sorry, I'm an idiot. I can't get the joke. Is there a joke or is there a reference? It's probably a reference. I don't know the reference. I'm sorry. I don't get it. I don't get it. Okay, we're going to go ahead and go into another sprint. Let's see, add to stream. Another 25. The misspelling is a joke. Oh, well, that's why I didn't get it. Okay, cool. Nice. Okay. It was nice to see you. Get some rest. I'm going to push on and see if I can finish this chapter, chapter 13. I kind of doubt it, but I'll do my best. Night. Bye-bye. Another 25 for anyone who's still stalking my stream. And we are go. All right, and that is that for that 25-minute sprint. I'm getting somewhere. We started getting a little bit of banter and stuff, picking it up and setting up for the next scene. So I'm at the tail end of scene 2. This is taking a long time because I'm pretty much writing from scratch. I can't really use my previous written scenes yet, but I'm getting closer and closer to linking up with the previous written scenes, so we're getting there. Question is, real talk, if you are a full-time writer with no other responsibilities, how many books do you think you would release per year? This is an interesting question that I wanted to do for myself, because this week, and I'll talk more about this in a video, probably I believe next month. I have it slated for next month, where I will, because it'll been a month, so I'll see how much this whole week of streaming has affected my productivity longer term and how it affected me in terms of my mood, because I tend to hit burnout. So I'll do a video on that probably at the end of, either at the end of this month or the very beginning of next month, June. So, but that video, I'll go over like the pluses and minuses of this stream and what I thought of it once I've collected all my thoughts, because this is still very fresh. But this week has been interesting because it's kind of also an experiment to me, like what it's like when I don't have other extremely pressing things. Like, yes, I'm doing other things like cleaning, cooking, grocery shopping, that kind of thing. I do still have responsibilities outside of writing, but I don't have a job right now because I'm in this vacation time. So I don't have work. So it was interesting and kind of experiment this week to see how I handle doing writing for longer periods of time than I'm usually able to do. Because I haven't been able to do something like this where I'm writing for 5+ hours a day since college. It's been a really long time. I mean, I was able to do something kind of like this back in November of 2019 because I left my job to come job hunt here in Japan. And what I would do is I would send out a bunch of resumes and I'd do a bunch of writing, which is how I got draft 1 done. But I think it's interesting to see, like, because again, this is a revision. So it's not just about creating from the jump. You also have to be able to edit it. And the editing takes longer, is slower work usually. But this is the kind of stuff I'd be doing as a full-time author. So like, realistically speaking, how do I handle full-time author responsibility? Now, granted, I still haven't had to do marketing and things like that. I haven't had to touch those responsibilities, which was a whole nother world. That's the business side of being an author that I haven't touched yet. But as far as this part of it, the actual writing and editing and the everyday reality of writing for long term, for many, many hours a day, it's really interesting how it affects me, because it definitely feels like I pulled a full shift at work, which is weird because I'm not physically doing very much. And I wonder like how much of it would be different if I had like a better chair that didn't kill my lower back, because this is not a chair. This is like a stool. It's so uncomfortable. So my lower back is very strained doing this. So I'm sure it would help to have a chair, but also like my mind's just not used to this. I enjoy doing what I'm doing. I enjoy writing. I'm getting a lot of enjoyment out of my new scenes. I think it's going great, but I'm not used to sitting down for 5+ hours and writing anymore. I've been conditioned out of that. And so this week, trying to retrain myself to be able to do that has been interesting. And I've definitely been hit with really low energy right after stream. So what I've noticed is right after my stream is over, I'm really, really tired. It feels like a train ran me over. So it's like I had taken a sleeping pill or something. After this stream, my energy just drops. It plummets. And I'm a little concerned about that. I think that's a little unusual. So I might talk to my doctor about that next time I see him and be like, hey, my energy level is oddly low. Can we do some tests? It might be thyroid stuff. We don't know. I'll look into it. But I have to wonder if maybe it's just how out of practice I am with longer running streams. I know a lot of professional writers, even writers like Neil Gaiman, actually do struggle with really long periods of time of writing. Usually when I see professional writers, they fully admit to only writing about 4 or 5 hours grand total throughout the entire day. They might break it up or they might do it in one chunk, but they'll only write for about that time. And the rest of their time is just relaxing, doing other things, doing non-writing tasks. And I think I'm starting to understand why, because once you hit that 5-hour mark, it's really hard to focus and it feels like you've run a marathon. And I'm not entirely sure why. It might be because the amount of energy you expel when you're creative. I don't think people understand just how much energy I feel stupid saying that because I didn't physically do very much, but I do feel exhausted after doing this much writing. So yeah, I don't know. Like, yes, I have in the past written for like 10 hours before. But again, as I stated before, I think it was yesterday when I was talking to Allegra about it, like, I don't recommend it, like, for anybody. It's not healthy for you. It's a lot of writing. And it's really, really strenuous. So yeah, I don't know. I have interesting thoughts and feelings. I feel like coming back to this question, like, how many books would I release per year? That's one of the reasons why I'm trying to create the conveyor belt system where while this book gets professional edited, I start working on the next book. Because I feel like if you don't get that conveyor belt going, you won't have regular releases. But ideally for me, considering how much of a perfectionist I am, I can see myself coming out with, on a good time when I've been able to get decently far in the conveyor belt, maybe one book a year. But realistically speaking, like what I actually think I'm going to be at is probably one book every 2 years. And the reason for that is just how much labor I put into books. And the fact that I'm not like, I don't know, it's hard because like if I was a full-time author, like you'd think you don't have any other jobs, so you can at least do one book a year. But I think it depends on the nature of that book. Is it a long book? Is it a short book? Maybe one book a year if every once in a while that book is a shorter work or short story collection or something like that. But like full novels every year, probably not. Probably not. You need a huge backlog of books in order to do something like that. And I don't have that. And even if I was full-time author, I think the editing process alone just takes a wee bit too much to get out a new book every year. Like realistically speaking, I think the fastest would be a year and a half for the caliber I like to have because I'm so particular with the editing. I feel like I couldn't go any faster than that without sacrificing quality, even if I'm a full-time author and I'm not doing anything else, because I hit that exhaustion wall where once I hit the 5 hours, I'm mentally drained and I can't go any further. So, and maybe that would alter really long term. Like if I was writing and doing nothing but writing for an entire month, maybe I'm sure I would build up some kind of tolerance and it wouldn't hit me the same way. And again, I'll talk to my doctor, but like, I don't know. I feel like really, really, really long periods of time of writing, like doing 10 hours of writing. I feel like I've kind of progressed past that where I'm just getting too old. I'm getting old and I'm starting to feel it. I can't pull that off anymore. So yeah, I think realistically speaking, about 1.5 years, a release every 1.5 years is what I think that I would be able to do. Maybe again, if I had some shorter works mixed in there, maybe one a year, but I don't think I could do more than that. It's not in me to do more than that. But I'm curious for people who rewatch the stream later, go ahead and put your answers in the comment section down below. I'm really curious how far you think you would be able to go. So I'm getting close to the 5-hour mark. So I'm going to go ahead and do one final sprint for this particular stream before I close it down. I am getting real close to hitting that wall. I really, really do want, however, to finish this rewrite scene. So we're going to aim for finishing this rewrite scene, which will place me solidly in the middle of chapter 13, most of which is completely rewritten new scenes. But yeah, that's my goal. Let's see if I can reach it. This does mean that I did not reach the 15 chapter mark. I'm trying not to be mad about that and trying to be grateful for what I was able to do, which was still 13 chapters. The last couple of which have a lot of new scenes and rewritten scenes, which I am proud of. So I'm trying to be happy about that. I'm trying to not hyperfixate on what isn't and instead be grateful for what is. But we'll talk more about that when I come back after this 25 minutes. So one last sprint. Let's go. All right, and that was it. That was the last stream sprint. Oh, it is over 5 hours for the live, and I am not done with chapter 13, but I did get a decent amount of the rewriting done. There's still more that needs doing, so I'll see if I can work more on that over the next couple weeks of this month before I start my writing sprint work again with Haley when she is back in state next month. So go over to Haley Writes channel and subscribe if you haven't already. And leaving off with this last question, how do you feel about today? Do you feel like you reached your goals? Be proud of what you did do. Don't fixate on what you couldn't do. Progress is progress and should be celebrated. Sorry, water. This is really hard for me. Because I really have a bad habit of fixating on all the things I wasn't able to do. And I tend to ignore the things I am able to do. I'm really hard on myself with progress. I often feel like I didn't try hard enough or I didn't work hard enough. Like even with these streams, even though I did so much, a few of my streams were shorter than others and were like 4 hours. There's a part of me that thinks like, well, I've got more time on StreamYard. I could have pushed my hours more. I could have gone for 6 hours yesterday and today, and I didn't. And I'm really trying to not fall into that trap. I'm really, really trying not to fall into it. It's not healthy. I am proud of the work I was able to do. I got 13 chapters, well, almost, just shy of 13 chapters edited. They're worlds better than the draft one. So it's already looking really, really good. I might not be exactly halfway through my work, but I'm insanely close. And considering that it had been a while since I had done that much writing every single day, I think I did pretty good. I'm trying, I'm really trying not to just, because I feel like I failed because I didn't hit exactly where I wanted to be. And this is what I'm talking about. Like if I miss the mark, even if it's only by a little bit, I feel like I failed, and that's not true. Progress is progress, and I know that intellectually, but it's really hard for me to accept it. And that's just something I have to learn to do. It's hard, but I need to accept that I did good work, even though I didn't hit my exact goal. I still got a lot done. Jennifer, pop back in at the very end of the stream to bookend it. You should absolutely be proud of what you did. You were a machine. I tried. It's hard because like this is my first time editing a full novel instead of a short story. So I have a hard time figuring out how productive I can be. Like for me, I feel like I should be going faster, but at the same time, the whole point of a rewrite is not speed, it's efficiency in getting your scenes to be good. It's the quality that you're looking at, not speed. And I know that intellectually, I know that, but it's really hard for me to accept that. And so, but thank you, Jennifer. Thank you. And you guys did great too. There was lots of, some people were able to finish their revision work. Some people were going through chapters, and a couple people started writing again when they hadn't for a very long time. So I think this stream was worthwhile. I look forward to maybe, if all goes well, being able to do this again in August, the second week of August. And again, if you are cool for writing sprints and you like to do them, Haley and I will be doing them on Wednesday evenings. You can go ahead and pop over to Haley's channel and give it a subscribe so you don't miss that when it starts next month. I might be doing more live streams this month. If so, I will make an announcement. But no promises because I can already feel a little bit of burnout trying to knock on my door because it's been a week and I'm really tired. I still haven't got my hair cut. I was going to do it earlier this week, but I'm just so tired after streams. It's really hard to do. So I don't know if I would have to do it tomorrow if I'm going to do it at all. And I really want to get it cut. So we'll see. But thank you so much for showing up to stream. Thank you, Jennifer. Hi. We're going to go ahead and close her down. That was that. Thank you guys so much for everything. Thank you for a really good first round of like a week-long event. I really enjoyed it. I think we got a lot done. And I look forward to doing this again sometime. Just give me a little recovery time before I try this again. But I've got a lot to think about, and about my processes and how I felt about it grand total. So I'll do a video about that in the future. Please subscribe so you can catch future videos going over all of that. Yay. And thank you guys so much for an amazing, amazing streaming event week. Thank you guys so much. And I will catch you in the next video on my channel. See ya. Bye.